اوكي، بسم الله. راح نبدأ اتشيك الصوت كيف. ما اعرف، احس ان عندي مشكلة في الصوت. تشيك مايك تشيك مايك تشيك مايك. One two three four 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. اوكي، اليوم اليوم وش اللي قاعد يصير اليوم؟ خلينا نشوف. بسم الله، نبدأ. طيب، قبل كل شيء نزلت واجد اشياء في انستغرام مالي. ليش اليوم يعني سويت له شوية فول فوكس؟ لانه مستوي واجد اشياء. مستوي هنا. طيب، خلينا نجي نشوف شيء. اعرف ان الحين الاغلب انه يشوف ان هذا ميرور، يعني هذا كيف طاح، وصل هنا انت طحت، بعدين وصلت هنا انت طحت، وصلت هنا انت طحت. الحين هل ممكن انه يطيح؟ استبعد. ليش؟ لان اذا جيت تركز هنا انت كنت نازل، يعني انت جاي من وين؟ كنت نازل. اوكي، ما نختلف. طيب هنا انت كنت تطلع. طيب وش اللي جالس يصير هنا؟ هنا اللي جالس يصير، لو تركز الهاير لو اللي معانا ما واجد هيفي. عندنا الهاير لو، يعني يمكن عندنا هنا الهاير لو، هنا ما عندنا الهاير لو، هنا ما عندنا الهاير لو. فجأة انت طحت لين هذا المناطق. طيب خلينا نجي نشوف هنا نفس السيناريو. انت جالس في الرينج، بعد ما جلست انت في الرينج صار عندنا البريك اوت. هل هو ساحب من برا؟ ما ساحب من برا، لكن هل معناته انه ما يقدر؟ كل شيء وارد. صار عندنا بريك اوت. هنا كان عندنا الهاير لو بيرفكت، لكن فشلت ان تعطيني هيفي بريك اوت في هذا المستويات، لان في هذا الزون عندنا مشكله مع هذا الزون. انت لازم تعطيني بريك اوت اتلست لين هنا. ليش؟ اذا اعطيتني بريك اوت لين هنا اعرف انه بيكون عندنا ريتست هذه المنطقه على اساس انه نحب، اذا حب انه يكمل، يعني كذا نحن نشوف انه يكمل، بس انه ما سوى، طاح. طيب تعال شوف وش اللي صار اليوم، او ما اليوم، هذا الموف اللي جالس يصير. لو تركز قاعد يتشكل مع ستراكشر. انت قاعد تسوي لي هاير هاي، هاير لو، هاير هاي، هاير لو. سويت لي ريتست هذه المنطقة، اعطيتني اجين زون هنا، بريك اوت، سويت لي زون. اليوم مع هذا الكندل الويكلي والديلي سويت لي ريتست. اليوم شكلك انك باغي تسوي لي البريك اوت، فعشان كذا اذا سوالي بريك اوت فوق هذه المستويات نحن راح نشوف لحد هنا. ممكن علشان كذا ان احداث، يعني مع قوة الفوليوم ايزي نحن نشوف البريك اوت. طيب الحين خلينا نجي نشوف الويكلي بيرفكت. هو هذا الشيء اللي خلاني افتح لايف لما شفت اول ما تسكر هذا الطريقة. نحن صاعدين، يعني الماركت جالس يحاول انه يصعد لحد الحين. زين صح ان تسكر ريسبكتنج اوكي، لكن تسكر صاعد. طيب هذا الكندل نحتاج نشوف الهاير لو ماله. الهاير لو بو سوالنا هذه المنطقه يتوافق مع الليفل مال ويكلي ويتوافق مع الليفل مال ديلي. اذا تجي تشوف على ديلي فهو يتوافق معاه. فهمت علي كيف؟ عشان كذا لما شفت انه كذا يصير قلت اوكي يبغى له لايف. ليش؟ لان في اشياء واجد جالسه تصير. في احتمال نشوف هيفي بريك اوت. ليش قلنا لحد هذه المنطقه؟ لان بعد هذا البريك اوت هذه المنطقه وين نكست تارجت؟ نكست تارجت بيكون هنا. النكست تارجت مالك بيكون هنا. ليش؟ لانك انت المره الماضيه فشلت تعطيني البريك اوت لين هذه المناطق. الحين لو اعطاني البريك اوت لين هذه المناطق ايزي نحن نعبي لين هنا. هل معناته ان هذا البريك اوت او سوري هل البريك اوت هذا اللي بيصير اليوم مثلا لو صار هل انه لحد هنا تارجت ماله؟ لا، بس اذا كسر هذا الليفل نعرف انه ايزي يدخل يعبي لين هنا. ايزي يدخل يعبي لحد هنا. زين هل انه يقدر يكسر هذه المنطقه؟ استبعد شويه. ليش؟ لان كذا ولا كذا صح ان نحن جالسين نصعد، لكن المونثلي ستيل اوبن. لا تنسى هذا الشيء. شوف شكل المونثلي لحد الحين هذا يمكن كله اللور هاي. وش اللي مخلني انه اشك انه ممكن يكون لور هاي، ولكن نفس الوقت اقول انه عنده الشانس انه يكون ما لور هاي، انه يريد يصعد. لان في المونثلي انت اكثر من مره رحت لحد هذه المنطقه رجعت والحين حاول تكسر، رجعت مره ثانيه الحين جالس تحاول تكسر. لما تجي تشوف شكل المونثلي تجي تشوف شكله كذا قول اوكي بعده ما واجد شيء يصير. لكن لما تجي تسوي البريك اوت على يعني البريك داون على تايم فريم صغير شوف وش اللي قاعد يصير. يعني عندك وين من هنا شوف وش اللي صار هنا. هذا الاوبننج المونثلي، او خلينا نروح على تايم فريم اصغر على اساس توضح الصورة اكثر. طيب وين هنا شوف عندنا هذا الزون. هنا صار الاوبننج المونثلي سويت اللي لين هذه المنطقة. شوف بريك هذا الليفل سويت لي سبورت مقاومة اعطيتني بريك اوت مرة ثانية سويت لي ريتست هذه المنطقة اعطيتني بريك مرة ثانية الحين مع ريتست. طيب الحين كيف الكنديشن الماركت اللي جالس يطلع؟ شوف الكنديشن الماركت فهمت؟ فمعناته نحن يكون كل مره نحن كل ما نطلع كذا وش اللي جالس يصير؟ يكون جالس يشكل لنا هاير هاي هاير لو هاير هاي هاير لو. طيب هل ممكن ان الماركت ما يسوي كذا او ما يكمل؟ كل شيء وارد في الجيم، كل شيء وارد، كل شيء وارد. لكن دام اعطانا هذا السيناريو فليش لا؟ ليش لا؟ لو تركز او لو نركز شوي في الاشهر الماضي اعتقد الاغلب لاحظ هذا الشيء ان الماركت كان يطلع بهذه الصورة. كنت اقول ترى الماركت قاس ينقلب الشفت، يعني الماركت في سيركل قاس يمر عليه. فهمت علي كيف؟ الحين لو جيت تركز وش اللي جالس يصير، لا الحين جالس يصير يطلع بهذا السيناريو. وهذا بالنسبه لي انا اشوفه افضل شيء. ليش؟ لان اكون انا متاكد من هذا السبورت، متاكد من هذه المقاومه، متاكد من البريك اوت، متاكد من هذا كل شيء اكون متاكد منه. هذا الشيء لما يطلع بهذا السيناريو ما هو غلط، عادي يكمل يطلع ما في مشكله. لكن بالنسبه لي اكون واجد متشكك في هذا الشيء لانه ما في شيء ماسكنا واجد قوي. اي وقت ممكن يعكس عليك، وهذا يعتبر كلين ترافيك. اذا كندل واحد بس نزل ترى راح يمسح كل شيء لانه هنا كلين ترافيك. فهمت علي كيف؟ فاكون متشكك من هذا البارت. لكن بما ان الحين جالس يوضح الهاير هاي الهاير لو الهاير هاي الهاير لو ماشي باس. طيب خلينا نجي نشوف. قبل صباح نزلت الفيديو وتكلمت عنه انك انت اعطيتني باك تو رينج. خلينا نجي نشوف هنا عندنا باك تو رينج. المفترض نحن ندخل نعبي بيرفكت. انت عبيت لنا هذا الشيء، لكن خلينا نجي نشوف بعد ما تسكر وش اللي صار. اعطانا ريسبكت هذا الليفل بيرفكت نايس. وش مطلوب من هذا الكندل؟ مطلوب من هذا الكندل ان نشوف بدايه الهاير لو. طيب بتجي تقول ليش انت مصدع راسك واجد جالس تحلل شيء وانت تحتاج 4 ساعات والاربع ساعات بعيد عشان يتسكر؟ ليش جالس تقول انك هذا الحين انت محتاج الهاير لو؟ احب اخبرك اذا انت فهمت الحين وش المطلوب من هذا الكندل بتقدر تستوعب نكست كندل وش المفترض انه يصير. بمجرد انك تشوف نكست كندل جالس يصير في شيء غلط انت تقدر تتوقع. يعني اتوقع يمكن 3 مرات او 4 مرات نحن صادفنا هذا الشيء في اللايف. اتوقع هنا نحن كنا ندور باي، انت قاعد تطلع بس الاوبننج للكندل قالنا لا ما قدرنا نفتح معاه افتر ضرب، انتظرنا انه يصير هذا الويك، انتظرنا انه يضرب فليب، بعدين دخلنا. فمن الاوبننج قدرنا نستوعب. ونفس الشيء لما صار اعتقد هذا الليفل هنا، انا دخلت انا من هنا تقريبا على اساس اني امسك لين هذا، دخلت هذا الشيء صح، لكن ان ما قدرنا نفتح معاه هنا على طول. فالاوبننج والكلوزنج جدا مهم، جدا مهم، الا اذا انت تلعب بنظام ريسك ريورد. يعني مثلا على سبيل المثال بتجي تقول لي عندي باك تو رينج، باك تو رينج انا مثلا دورت لك انت الستوب لوز وات ايفر وين مكان، مثلا افتر ضرب باك تو رينج مثلا، اوكي خلاص مثلا عندك الستوب لوز ثابت، فانت الحين مثلا تستهدف مثلا لحد هنا، او مثلا نتكلم 1 تو 1 لان 1 تو 1 مقنع يعني، فهمت؟ فمثل كذا تقول لي اوكي انا استهدفت هذا الليفل لحد هنا، اقول لك تمام بيرفكت، لانك انت على اي باك تو رينج على 4 ساعات راح تدخل مقنع، مقنع. لكن انا ما العب بهذا السيناريو. فنجي نشوف نفس الشيء. في واحد كتب لي في الرسائل قال لي زين معتصم في شيء ثاني جالس يستوي، اللي هو ايش؟ انه اذا جيت تركز صح نحن جالسين نطلع اوكي، ويمكن هذا نفس اللي انت قاعد تقول اللي هو الذيل مال ديلي وويكلي اوكي، لكن الماركت قاعد يسوي لي ويش؟ لور هاي لور لو، لور هاي لور لو. طيب كيف انت معتصم انت الحين تقول لي ان هذا الكندل ممكن انه يكون هو هذا الذيل؟ ارجع اقول له، قلت له انت ما مركز. انا وش كنت اقول؟ كنت اقول انا هنا ما بسوي شيء، انا انتظر البريك اوت. اذا انت تريد بريك اوت ما نقول 80، بس نقدر نقول فوق 60% نسبة النجاح البريك اوت في هذه المنطقة، البريك اوت في هذه المنطقة. اذا بتدخل هنا اوكي بدخل هنا ممكن، لكن نسبة النجاح في هذه الصفقة واجد عالي، بالذات اذا اليوم. اذا بكره لازم يختلف سنار، لازم اشوف وين البوتم مال ديلي يتغير، لكن كاليوم اتكلم وضع اليوم، لان هذا اوريدي عطاني البوتم مال ديلي وويكلي. ممكن اذا ديلي هذا هذا البوتم، فانا لازم اليوم اشوف البريك اوت. اذا ما صار بريك اوت اعرف ان راح ندخل مره ثانيه ريتست في هذه المنطقه. فهمت علي كيف؟ فبالضبط صح كلامك، اعرف انك انت قاعد تشوف ان هذا اللور لو، لور هاي، لور لو، لور هاي، اتفق معك 100%. لكن نفس الشيء شوف الفيك اوت اللي صار، يعني كندل واحد بريك، نكست كندل باك تو رينج، بس الاوبننج لهذا الكندل كان ما واجد حلو. عندك الاوبننج لهذا الكندل ما واجد حلو. انا دخلت صفقة هنا، دخلت انا هنا الصفقه صح، ان انا كنت اقول في اللايف يعني في الستوري في انستغرام، كنت اقول اريد بريك اوت في هذه المناطق، لكن كنت استهدف هذه المنطقه. عجبني كيف طريقه الكندل اللي جالس يتشكل، دخلت فيه، لكن نهايه المطاف طلعت بريك ايفن. جاب لي تقريبا مال كم مال 223 بوينت اوكي، لكن ما شليته، فضلت انه جلسه بريك ايفن، لانه شفت وش الاحتماليه اللي ممكن انه يصير، شفت الاحتماليه انه وش اللي ممكن انه يصير. فهمت؟ هنا لما صار عندي بريك اوت، بريك اوت هذا الصفقه كان عندي ميسنج، ما انه ميسنج، بس التوقيت مش توقيت اللي انا اقدر افتح فيه تريد، بس انه كان واجد حلو هذا السيناريو. لما فتح هذا الكندل اوكي راح يسوي لي ريتست، انا فتحت معاه في هذه المنطقه، لكن طلعت بريك ايفن. متى طلعني لما وصل هنا الكندل هذا الويك، انا جلسته بريك ايفن و بريك ايفن. فنجي نشوف الحين نفس السيناريو، سوالي كذا رينج. ليش نقول دائما انتظر من بعد البريك اوت تشوف رينج؟ طيب وش قوة هذا الشيء؟ اي مكان برو، اي مكان يصير بريك اوت انتظر يصير الرينج ماله، انتظر يتشكل الرينج ماله. فهمت؟ يعني على سبيل المثال نفس هذا الحين مثلا انسى ان هذا عندنا شيء هنا كذا، العب اوكي، نركز بس على ويش؟ نركز على هذا الموف اللي هنا. بتجي تقول لي اوكي كيف هنا بسوي لي الزون مالي، حتى لو انا ما قاعد اشوف الليفت اوكي، ما قاعد اشوف الليفت، ما اعرف وش قاعد يصير في الليفت، انا ما اهتم وش اللي قاعد يصير في الليفت، وات ايفر اي مسمى تريد تسميه سميه. الحين عندك هذا الزون وعندك هذا الزون، هل ممكن ان هنا نرسم زون؟ ايوه ممكن ان هنا نرسم زون لانه زون فرعي. فهمت علي كيف؟ فانت الحين وش بتنتظر؟ بتنتظر البريك اوت دن. طيب ليش انا مسوي هذا الزحمه وشارح هنا وقاس احلل هنا؟ لان اريد اخلي الصفقه نسبه النجاح نسبه عاليه. فهمت علي كيف؟ عشان كذا ادخل التايم فريم، كل تايم فريم ادخل بلس اني اشرح وش اللي جالس يصير هنا. فهمت علي كيف؟ هنا انت جالس تطلع مع ستراكشر، ركز، ستراكشر جالس تطلع، وهذه الكلمه واجد نحن نعيد نقولها، ستراكشر. وش معناته؟ معناته انت ما جالس تطلع بكندل واحد. لما تطلع بكندل واحد اتوقع انه هو هذا اللي يكون فيك اوت. فهمت علي كيف؟ ليش؟ طيب لان هذا نستعمله في الانتري. في الانتري كيف نستعمل الهاير هاي ولا يعني سوري هاير لو ولا اللور هاي؟ استعمل الكندل لما يكون في بوش عالي، اوكي، وانا عارف ان انا الحين محتاج الهاير لو، فاذا شفت اي كندل فتح بوش عالي في اول كندل 4 ساعات اعرف انه هو هذا الهاير لو، عشان كذا ادخل معه. طيب هل يصير دائما؟ ما يصير دائما، بس هذا استعمله. عشان كذا خلاصة، يعني خلاصة الشيء اللي انا اشوفه شيئين او 3 اشياء، سوري. البريك اوت مال نيويورك سيشن اللي هو هذا بعد ساعة و6 دقائق، 1. 2، يا أن يصادف الأوبننج للكندل. إذا الأوبننج للكندل اللي هو في 6:30 داخل نفس مثل في الزون، لكن في هاي فوليوم، فأقدر أشل عليه أي فيك أوت، أقدر أدخل عليه ماشي مشكلة. والسيناريو الثالث انتظر البريك اوت اللي مال الساعة 6. ما في لحد الساعة 6 البريك اوت، لا سوري الساعة 7 ما في بريك اوت الساعة 7. اشوف هل في بعد الفوليوم قوي هيفي فوليوم، ايوه في، انتظر البريك اوت مال الساعه 8. لكن حالات نادره واستثنائي جدا جدا جدا. فهمت علي كيف؟ فهو هذا. بس لما اجي على نيويورك سيشن خلاص، نيويورك سيشن استعمل الزونات اللي انا موجود، واكون انا راسم الداتا اللي جالس اتخيله. الحين انتظر اكشن، انتظر الحين اكشن. هو هذا اللي ننتظره، ونشوف ايش اللي ممكن يصير. اعتقد في شيء هنا يذكرني بشيء، يذكرني نفس هذا. شوفوا هنا وش اللي صار في هذا ال... هذا الموف اللي هنا. هذا الكندل صار عندي بريك اوت، صح؟ طيب هذا الكندل نجي نشوف يوم الاثنين هو فتحة السيشن، سوري فتحة الكندل مال ويكلي. نجي نشوف وش اللي صار يوم الاثنين. هذا الكندل يوم الاثنين راح يسوي لي ريتست. فهمت علي كيف؟ عشان كذا هذا الكندل لما راح يسوي، اريدك تركز الحين تشوف مو قاعد يصير. هنا استغرق يوم كامل، ويوم الثاني رجع بهذا السيناريو، اوكي، يوم الثالث بريك اوت. طيب هنا وش اللي يصير؟ عادي حتى لو ما سوى لي بريك اوت عادي. ليش؟ اريدك تركز. شوف هنا صار الفيك اوت على كندل ديلي، يعني ديلي يسوي لك بوتوم، نكست ديلي يروح يسوي لك بريك اوت او يسوي لك هولد للاريا اللي هو موجود فيه. فهمت؟ يعني نفس هذا مثل على سبيل المثال تحت، يعني ركز في البارت اللي الحين بقوله. الحين هذا الكندل لو اعطاني كلوزنج حتى هنا مثلا، ما راح يسوي لي بريك اوت. معتصم سوى بريك اوت؟ لا ما راح يسوي بريك اوت، سد ما حصلنا اي انتري. طيب عادي بكره اذا الكندل اعطاني بهذا السيناريو، وش معناته؟ معناته انت خلاص شكلت لي اللي اريد انا اشوفه. فهمت؟ يعني بيكون على الويكلي اوريدي انت البوتم مالك موجود اللي هو هذا البوتم. طيب ما رام يسوي بريك اوت ليش؟ لانه كما خبرتكم احسب الافرج مال ديلي، كم اتوقع الافرج مال ديلي انه يمشي. فهمت كيف؟ فاذا اليوم ما سوالي هيفي بريك اوت، عشان كذا وش كنا نقول؟ ايوه ممكن ندخل هنا، لكن اذا تريد في السيف سايد فانت تدور البريك اوت، هذا البريك اوت انت تريد. فهمت؟ زين. نفترض ما صار، اعطانا كذا النكست داي اذا قدر يسوي لي اي بوتوم ويك ويروح يسوي لي البريك اوت، بيكون خلاص اوكي بيرفكت. نكون نحتاج انذر بريك اوت على فوق، اعطيني البريك اوت. نفس الشيء وش راح انتظر؟ نفس السيناريو، راح انتظر اشوف الهاير لو اساسنا الماركت يكمل. والعكس صحيح، اذا الكندل اوكي، اذا الكندل فجأة طاح، صار عندي مثلا دروب. اوكي وش انتظر؟ انتظر اشوف اللور هاي. وش انتظر يصير عندي بريك اوت. اذا تاكدت ان الستركشر خلاص بادي يهبط، اجين اعطيه الفرصه يسوي لي بريك اوت. لما يسوي لي بريك اوت اريد اشوف انه يتشكل دعم ومقاومه في الزون الجديد. بعد ما يسوي لي في الزون الجديد دعم ومقاومه، انتظر اشوف اي ريتست مع البريك اوت يصادف في النيويورك سيشن. والسلام عليكم. شوف نفس هذا مثلا، هذا مو سوالك مثلا باك تو رينج صح؟ هذا الكندل حمراء المفروض انه يطيح صح؟ سوالي ريتست لين هنا. اوكي هل قدر يسوي لي بريك؟ ما راح يسوي لي بريك، لكن ويش ريسبكت الليفل ماله. فهمت؟ فنكست كندل انت بتتوقع اوكي يفضل انه يسوي لك الهاير لو على اساس انه يكمل. اذا ما صار وتسكر بهذا السيناريو، هل هو معناته قوي؟ لا ما قوي، لكن الاوفرول انت محترم هذا الليفل. انت محترم هذا الليفل عادي. نكست كندل وش نحتاج؟ نحتاج نشوف ريتست في هذه المنطقه، روح اكسر هذا الليفل. فهمت؟ راح نشوف وش اللي بيصير بالضبط، كيف الاوبننج ماله، كيف بيتسكل تو ايرلي نحكم عليه اللي هو بعد ساعه ودقيقه. فهمت؟ لكن كل شيء انه ممكن انه يصير. ما حد موجود. من تحس يقص في اسيا؟ جد مهم. كل شيء ممكن. بيتكوين اليوم وصل لحد 109. لا لا هذاك بس يعني اشوف عليه كم واصل السعر، لانه يوم يوصل هذاك 100,000 100 وما اعرف كم، اعرف ان الدنيا ما بخير، في كوارث في الدنيا تستوي. والله ما اعرف، حاولت اني ابحث. اللي قاعد اشوف طلع لي كذا بس، يعني مصور قاعد صوروا بيته وين 20,000 فيو. تخيل بس اني قاعد صوروا معه في بيت الابيض 20,000 شخص يشوف. عشان بيت. ما اعرف. بس انا ما كنت بفتح لايف احمد تعرف، بس لما شفت الاوبننج مال ديلي قلت تمزح معاي والله. والله بعدين لما شفت ريتس لحد هنا قلت تمزح. خلاص اليوم لايف، لانه ممكن يكون هو ذا البوتم. ما اعرف. انا حاولت افتح هولد يا اخي ضربني بريك ايفن. أمم؟ هنا في عندي سل وعندي باي هنا. قلت خلاص يعني لا لا في الليفلات مال 8 و9. الليفلات مال 8 9. لما طاح لين هنا قلت امزح معاي يا اخي، لكن يحتاج ريتست، يعني سووا ريتست بعدين فشل لما جاي لحد هذا التوب ويك هنا قلت اوكي توب بريك ايفن لازم خلاص يعني. اوكي احمد، السي بي يو مالك والجي بي يو الحراره مالك كم تمبريتشر؟ انا عندي كلهم نفس الشيء، السي بي يو عندي مال 48، الجي بي يو عندي نفس الشيء في 58 تمبريتشر ماله. هل تحس انه عشان معجون ذاك ملموع ذاك ما سويت له ابدا، ما غيرته ولا عدلته ولا سويت فيه شيء، ولا ما له دخل؟ ايوه لكن الجرافيك كارت ما خذيته جديد. اقول لك بجرب اشغل شيء من التلفون وقولي يستمع صوت عندك في الديسكورد انت قاعد تكلمني، سويت شيء لانه يمكن السماعات مثل حق الديسكورد لان انا ما اقدر اسوي واجد هذا الشيء، فكيف الحل؟ طلع ينفع تنزل شيء وسويته وطلع اوكي، نضيف عليه زياده بعد. ما يجي تو قاسه شغلت انا تعرف وين كنت حاط لنا تلفون؟ حاط لنا قريب المايك. امورك حسن، كيف صحتك؟ امس كنت في الخوضة حسن؟ امم امس الديلي يا اخ احمد. انت شوف هل 1400. اقول لك صح احمد، ما شفت. وش اسمه هذا مال القناة؟ آه تحت، شوف تحت من 6 أيام. اوكي عندك ليش نجهز واجد اشياء. فيها 30% ورد. اعطيني سبب. واذا تقول لي انه قاعد يجيب لك ارار بوزيتيف، لازم تجرب. اذا هذيك الصفقه تجيب لك ارار 1 to 1 وتجيب لك بوزيتيف، وتجيب لك 50% والريت اكثر من 50%. لازم برو، لازم. والله ما اعرف الواحد. احس في نهاية المطاف كل واحد كيف يشوف الفيو، يعني الماركت هذا كيف يشوف، هذا كيف يشوف، هذا كيف يريد، علمت على ويش. بس موضوع ملخبط، يعتمد على كل شخص اصلا كيف. يعني نفسي انا مثل اليوم، اوكي اذا تجي نشوف انا دخلت اليوم هنا باي، اوكي عشت ماينس برابر فوق 60 بيب، يمكن 60 بيب انا عشت ماينس. زين بعدين جاب لي مال 20 بيب انا ما سكرته، توقعت انه بيروح فضربني بريك ايفن. فاذا واحد ثاني اذا شاف بيقول هذا ما ينس، انت كيف دخلت صفقة وانت متوقع ان ممكن تشانس لحد هنا ريتست وممكن نفس الشيء وهنا بريك اوت، لكن ما صار فانا طلعت، لكن بعدين صار. فهمت؟ فاحس ما اعرف كل واحد منتاليتي ماله كيف يشوف. صعب، احس الموضوع معقد.
عالم تداول كبير شباب.
صح لا؟
والد كبير يا اخي، تقدر تلعب كيف تريد، تقدر تختار كيف تلعب.
يعني اتخيل بيقول لي زين ما رمت تنتظر لحد ما ضرب، المفروض انتظر، لكن نفس الشيء مدرك انه ممكن انه يكون.
هو هنا
شوف هذا الترند اللي قاعد يصير في 4 ساعات ايش دراني؟ هذا اذا ما كمل بريك اوت وفشل ترى اللور هاي بعد قاعد يتشكل. صح صح انه هاير لو، لكن حتى في لور هاي اذا ما كمل يعني كل شيء ممكن. ما اعرف والله، احس
بس تعرف المشكلة ايش؟ ان هذا يعني ويكلي ريزيستنس ما توقعت من هذا السبورت، لان اذا من هذا
ترامب يتكلم
السبورت.
الساعة 9.
اوكي.
ويكلي ريزيستنس قصدك كذا؟
الويكلي ريزيستنس مال 720 ما اتوقع انه كذا بسهولة ينكسر.
لكن
أتوقع
نفس
يعني
الشيء احمد هو سوى ريتس على مكان مال ويكلي، حتى الهاير لو مال ويكلي. كيف ترتيب؟ هناك ريزيستنس ويكلي، هنا سوى لك ريتست مال ويكلي. وما المفترض الاسبوع الماضي ديلي اعطانا هذا اذا تتذكر هذا الرينج راح يسوي لنا ريتست وتسكر، ما اعطانا بلو. بعدين اليوم الثاني رجع مره ثانيه، يوم الثالث بريك اوت. هذا سوانا كله في يوم واحد.
ما اعرف حتى مع البنك هوليدي وش بيصير. هل بيجيب فوليوم ولا ما بيجيب؟ وش
never know my friend. بي تيار. هذا اللي اعرفه. اليوم كليت شيبس حسيت حتى لحد ما مليت. ما اعرف اذا جاك جرب هذا الشعور.
برينجلز خاصة كذا يصير ملل في البداية فنان. فجأة ملل.
لأن أسنانك بدأ يعور، لأنه يضرب بلوك على الجوانب.
انا ثاني
تريد تاكل وهنا يعور. ليش؟
اقول لكم انا فاتح مايك مالكم في اللايف الله الله يعني.
برو
ما عاد صمم أي صفقة دخلت صباح باي.
نفس ما موجود.
وش دخل باي؟
ما قال دخل باي ودخل سل. هذا مثال.
يعني باي ذا المناطق من الحدود الساعة كم؟ الساعة 7
ما
8.
هو دخل باي ويك انتري على تقريبا 706 وبعدين دخل سل صباح. ما اتذكر، ما اعرف السل وين، ما اعرف.
من اللي في اللايف قاعد يسوي هذاك؟
ايه
حد في اللايف قاعد يسوي بيسات.
معنا. وين صار اوبننج اوكي يقول ويليام بسيط.
حبيب والله اللي قاعد تسويه.
في فوليوم بسيط.
عيسى ها؟
اقول لكم
آه.
وين تشوف هذا
ما يطلع صوت عيسى، لكن عندي شخص دائما يسوي هذا الشيء وعلى بال انه هو ذاك الشخص. حبيب. ارسل اللينك احمد في هذا الجروب.
Thank you so much for the angel wings you sent to protect President Trump. He stood there in the open. He knew he was taking a chance. Something made him turn his head at a graph he had to glance. Angel's hands upon him helped him turn his head. For if it wasn't for his angel, President Trump would be dead. Thank you, Almighty God, for the angel wings from above. For this we have to thank thee with gratitude and love.
Sean in South Carolina, Republican line, you're next up. Hi.
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to convey to my fellow citizens out there that are watching, and I am former military, but regardless of whatever walk of life that we come from and our
قاعد اشوف من اللي على فيو، هذاك اللي على فيو يعني هو الصح. هذاك 30,000. ايوه عرفنا شيء واحد، اليوم بنخيم يعني. اللي عارفه هو اذا بنخيم اليوم. ليش يعني تو تحس ان احمد يعني وش دخل ان ترامب يروح يصير لك كوين؟ يعني مين اكثر من اللي عنده يعني. اها لك انت رئيس برو ما اوكي. يعتبر نحن مجاهدين برو. اما تشوف مين بيصير بيتكوين. انروتيت يضحك تو. انروتيت مشتري هذا لبيتكوين لحد ما قال بس استلم هذا الاسبوع كيف بيسي زحمة. خليه يكمل بس بومب زيادة. يعني مسوي له زحمة تومتس.
Point. Not only that, but might cease to launch 24 hours later. What does this mean? What does this mean for the market? Well, number one, we begin to see the normalization and tokenization of literally ideas to trends to products. These become monetized and tokenized in a way people can.
Okay. Pues. News wish? Should ولا كده ده. الفنان. افتح مع القاط. You're 30. شوف جي بي بي كلهم بترول جالس في مكانه. اوه يقوم. بترول جالس في مكانه. اوه اوه تحرك ناس متحركين. هذا كأنك تحط سكين في رقبتك. بتشوف 40 بيب 50 بيب ديك قشاريرة برو. انت قلت مرة بتاع الساعة 8 ما عرفت ايش تريد تسوي يا احمد. عادي عادي روح اذا تريد. عادي عادي تريد. لا تستعجل اصبر اصبر. اخوي الجوع يتعوض في اشياء ما يتعوض.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox on this inauguration day 2025. I'm Stephanie. As we look ahead to the swearing-in ceremony of President-elect Donald J. Trump that is set to start at around 11:30. The official swearing-in set to start at around noontime.
ودك بعيد.
Across Capitol Hill,
ود-
this is a live look right
ودك بعيد شوي.
This is the official guest residence of the White House, and President-elect Trump and First Lady Melania Trump are inside, about to depart for St. John's Church as they attend a church service right there. And you can see the vast number of Secret Service vehicles outside the residence, and from time to time the camera pans around, sharing with us the vast number of law enforcement here on Capitol Hill.
باقي 23 دقيقة اوكي.
Changed drastically now that most, if not all, of the events being held today will be held indoors.
اوكي هو الحين سوى ريتس في مكان واجد اوكي، بس خلي كمل يعني الصور اللي اتخيلها من صباح، في صورة اتخيلها من صباح.
Criminal justice at the University of New Haven, and Bobby, we
5 minute perfect closing.
for our live coverage on Inauguration Day 2025.
Good morning, Stephanie. Always great to be back with you.
So as we're taking a live look at the Secret Service,
يعجبك سبرنت جالس مكانه وما جالس يتحرك ها؟ كيف عندك سبرنت؟
has been such a topic of discussion in the past number of years. This is a very different inauguration. There have been two attempts on President-elect Trump's life as he was campaigning for president. I have to imagine that the strategy in place today is a little different and has evolved in light of what has happened in the previous months.
Well, you're absolutely right. To a point, I think that the eyes of the world obviously were going to be on the Secret Service today. And
هذا تو كان هنا يضرب فليب.
they're dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's. I think they're going to have a new director shortly and get them pointed in a direction hopefully that will keep them in a positive light and continuing to do the good work that they do every day. This is a national special security event.
اشوفه اشوفه.
That is unprecedented. It's the highest level security event that we have in the United States, and we've had 83 of them so far since that designation.
هو ذا هو ذا ترامب، هو ذا ترامب
The entire plan here has been worked on.
اللي كان يسأل ترامب وين، هو ذا ترامب.
Committees deal with communications and various closures and work with all of the different entities. They brought in a number
هذا أكثر 4 ساعات متعذب في الدنيا.
and deputize them in the district to make sure that
ويل شوف الرينج من 1 minute
make sure that
70 بيب.
not only for protectees, for Congress and everybody that's involved, but also all of the people that are attending are also encompassed.
يلا زين برو تيك كير
And let's talk about that.
تيك كير.
All of the attendees, and this is another look right there at just the vast number of security just at this location alone. That has also changed, but now we have the issue where it's no longer hundreds of thousands of people in the mall. Specifically for this event, many are going to be allowed inside the Capital One Arena. But what about the people who had tickets and they're not able to attend? They're still in Washington, D.C. They're going to try and view this some other way. How does that change?
أحس ترامب مستمتع هناك الحين هو في بيت البيض. اوه الذهب كذاك الذبذب ها. احس يقول اما هصله.
Well, there are a number of contingencies that are built into place to include a cold weather situation. Having been posted on that podium in 1997 at the inauguration of Bill Clinton, I can tell you how cold it can get down there. So very understandable that the safety of people and also the law enforcement officials that would be standing outside for hours was very important here, and the decision was made to move it inside. Now, the Secret Service needs to be flexible and hopefully has built flexibility into its security apparatus to be able to encumber all of these different changes, all of these different places to now secure based upon changes in the schedule.
And Bobby, I just wanted to let our viewers know we are seeing Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Yusha right there walking into St. John's Church as they are expected to attend a service. But as they're walking inside, we did see, of course, again, as you mentioned, to your point, a large number of Secret Service agents. As you see the line of agents right there, no doubt security top of mind. You did mention, though, that you were there for former President Bill Clinton's inauguration. You know, obviously there's a lot that the public cannot know when it comes to security in place. But what can you share with us in terms of level of protection, in terms of, and I also want to bring this in terms of the footprint of protection. What's the perimeter like when you're talking about a swearing-in ceremony, an inauguration day, where there are numerous locations, and you have, you know, the president, the first lady, and others moving from location to location for hours?
Yeah, again, all the different plans of how those transportation movements are going to be made, where they're going to arrive at all of these venues. All of the venues that the president and vice president are going to be at today are all well known to the Secret Service and well known to the DC Metropolitan Police. We've done numerous events there for years. The insides, the outsides, the perimeter is very large down in DC today. You can see in your picture in the shot there that there really aren't any pedestrians milling around. They are being kept well outside of that security perimeter. A lot of familiar faces that I see there from my time with the Secret Service, a lot of quality people that have put in a lot of hard work to make sure that this day goes incredibly well and is, again, safe for all those involved.
And right now we are taking a live look, as you can see the convoy right there departing Blair House, as we are expecting President-elect Trump and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump depart as they are set to arrive at St. John's Church in just a matter of moments. Bobby, you were mentioning a lot of familiar faces that you're seeing, you know, in these live streams right here for your time as you were working with the Secret Service. You know, any final thoughts on the security?
ما اعرف بس انه اذا كمل بريك اوت فمعناته نحن على تايم فريم 4 ساعات كنا ذاك عندنا اللور هاي يمكن. ابغى اشوف وش السيناريو الحين اللي قاعد يصير يعني، لان الصورة الكبيرة الحين زوم اوت ما مكانه يجلس هنا في النص ولا مكانه هنا، يا انه يطلع هنا يا انه تطلع هذا كامل فيك اوت وتكمل تهبط. الفوليوم موجود. ال15 يبين كأنها
appreciate you taking the time to really overview the security measures in place, and we appreciate you taking the time.
Always a pleasure, Stephanie. Thank you.
All right, and we do want to continue our coverage. I want to bring back in my colleague Andrew Kraft, as we are expecting President-elect Trump to arrive at St. John's Church right here, and we see that the door is opening. And
رينج واجد كبير.
yes, Andrew,
رينج واجد كبير. حتى لو تحط الستوب لوز على الليفلات مال 1 مينت فهو كم 80 بيب.
So we're going to see a lot of the Trump family members today, obviously, and you just saw, for those kind of following the fashion trends, Usha Vance and
وين
Trump
شوف الاويل
wearing that
لو كنا نضحك عليه نقول اوه يتحرك
key kind of focal point of the day as well. Steph.
Naming those that you saw, and I also wanted to share this with our viewers right here as Representative Mike Waltz shared a post saying St. John's Church, the Church of the President, God bless America, and you can also see Elon Musk also in attendance for this service right here, and we were talking about the tech giants that are going to be at the
اللي عنده سيت اب مالته متشكل فهو انسان ناجح.
set to attend that. But we are seeing a number of individuals walking into St. John's Church right here. What we're going to do is, it's a little unclear, Andrew, whether we're going to actually be able to get a live stream inside the service itself. But this is another exterior angle of St. John's Church right there as President-elect Trump has arrived alongside soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump, and as you mentioned, a number of family members and other notables. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for just a brief 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that. Stay with us.
كيف يا احمد؟ لا ما اعتقد. ساعة احمد ساعة كم بتوقيتهم؟ لا بتوقيتهم هم.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox on this Inauguration Day 2025. I'm Stephanie Quinu. This is a live look right here of the nation's capital. A beautiful look on this Monday, Inauguration Day 2025. And in fact, you can see the American flags draped there along the U.S. Capitol. What is different, perhaps you can take a look, it is empty. And typically on Inauguration Day, we have hundreds of thousands of folks who are there lining the mall ahead of the swearing-in ceremony, excited to be part of history and to participate in this historic event.
اوكي اذا كان ربع ساعة يعني مع الاوبننج مال 4 ساعات. نايس.
The actual temperatures in the 20s, the feel-like temperatures much colder than that, with the winds continuing to pick up. And because of that, the decision was made last Friday to transition the swearing-in ceremony from outdoors to indoors inside the Capitol Rotunda. The second time this has happened, the last time being back in 1985 for former President Ronald Reagan. To talk more on this historic day, I do want to bring back in my colleague Andrew Kraft as we continue. Take a live look right here outside of St. John's Church, where we saw President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance walk inside. Likely not going to be allowed cameras inside as this service gets underway. But you were noting who was actually arriving
inauguration days in memoriam, it has been used for the incoming president-elect to, if they are imbued with their personal faith, to reflect, to ask for God's divine grace and thank
اوكي
forgiveness.
نريد نشوف هل هذا الريتس بيرفكت ولا لا. اذا كان ريتس بيرفكت معناته الحين نقدر نشوف البريك اوت فوق، فننتظر نشوف البريك اوت اذا قدر يسوي. تمام. هذا المكان الاوبننج مال ديلي هنا، هذا الليفلات اوبننج مال ديلي. اول مرة سوالها ريتست فشل، ثاني مرة الحين ثالث مرة.
Inside, but we will see the departure from St. John's, where I believe the president-elect and the first lady and the vice president-elect and the second lady will go from that church, I believe, to the White House to meet with the Bidens.
And I also wanted, Andrew, to bring up for our viewers right here some additional information about the St. John's Church. And you mentioned President Biden being of Catholic faith. St. John's is Episcopalian. And just for our viewers right there, just wanted to share some
قامة.
right there. As you mentioned, it is known as the Church of Presidents, as it has welcomed every president to worship, beginning with James Madison. So, talking about the traditions and the history behind every event that we are going to be seeing today, many of them being started by some of those many, many years ago. Not every president has followed every single one of these traditions, some of them making their own tradition. And, as I was, taking a look at some of the history, seeing one of those trivias, which was, JFK being the last president to be sworn in to wear a top hat. So, history being made every single time, there is a swearing in ceremony. And I have to imagine, Andrew, that there is going to be history made. President-elect Trump, not one necessarily to stand on tradition. As he was mentioning, as he was campaigning, he is looking to forge a new path to disrupt the status quo, already doing that even before being officially sworn in and looking ahead to the next 4 years. I have to imagine we are likely going to be seeing a lot of firsts.
Yeah, I think that will be somewhat evident in the slate of executive orders that will be kind of signed by Trump's pen and his hand today. Fox News Digital is reporting that there are scores of them ready to go, and that is what kind of the presidential transition is for, Stephanie. You have a lot of these people who are going to be working with you for the next 4 years. They're incoming White House staff, incoming agency staff, and they have relied on some kind of outside think tanks and nonprofits, conservative ones at that, to help them draft these. So these have been ready to go really for a while. It's not like they're being drafted last minute. And it really runs the gamut on the environment, on the southern border, and so much more, on the kind of civil and federal bureaucracy about what powers the executive has to fire government employees at will here. And so we're going to see that after the inauguration, after the swearing in. They are ready to go according to some of our reporting. And that's what a transition is for. But to your point, Donald Trump in 2017, after winning the 2016 election, he vowed to change up the status quo. His very election was the definition of that. And you can argue, and historians will, on whether he did that in his first term.
فالشي كيف خطير. صار عندنا فليب مال 15 minute يرجع.
It's so true, Andrew, and it's going to be very interesting, I have to say, as you were mentioning the difference between 2017 and now. Of course, so much has happened in the world. You know, it's a different time right now. We have been seeing a lot of wars, a lot of conflicts, a lot of different issues arise that perhaps weren't even in existence back 4 years ago. A tremendous amount of change has occurred as we take another live look at the nation's capital, where we see the American flag there waving in the distance. And of course, wind chill, Andrew, continuing to be a conversation maker as so much of what we were expecting today, we were preparing for, has changed because of the weather, the incredibly cold weather in the 20s, and of course it feels much colder. And so, you know, there is not that much pomp and circumstance. We're not going to be seeing the outdoor parade. We are going to be seeing it inside the Capital One Arena. But again, just very different from what I think a lot of people were preparing for. And it's not just physical preparement, right? We have the nation, we have President-elect Trump winning the popular vote, the electoral vote. So many people anticipating and waiting for this moment. They've been waiting for years. And unfortunately, many of the people who have made this journey to Washington, D.C., not going to be able to witness it firsthand because it's inside. And I have to imagine a lot of disappointed people today, as well as, of course, celebration, just different for them.
Yeah, you know, I myself have never been or never attended an inauguration, but I would imagine it's just, you know, you really feel the sense of history and the pomp and circumstance when you do travel to Washington, and you get to kind of bask in, you know, how we do this, how we have done this uninterrupted for almost the last 250 years.
Salam.
You know, obviously, the last inauguration, you know, President Trump did not attend that inauguration. At the time, Vice President Pence, he attended Biden and Harris's swearing in here. So he is back, and so that uninterrupted transition, peaceful transition of power. You've heard it a lot from President Biden in the last couple of days. You heard it a lot from Vice President Harris and incoming President-elect Trump. That is what they are committed to. But I want to go back to this, which I think is interesting. We've been talking about faith and how important faith is to our elected leaders, including and especially the President of the United States. You and I just anchored, of course, special coverage of the 39th President Jimmy Carter's funeral as the nation said goodbye to him earlier.
اوكي نجي نشوف وش اللي صار. عندنا الاربع ساعات كلوزنج ستيل ريسبكت هذا الليفل. عندنا تو كندز 4 ساعات دوجي.
You know, what Bible will President-elect Trump use to be sworn in on? He will use two Bibles.
5
He will use his mother's Bible and Lincoln's Bible, of course, that was used by Abraham Lincoln in 1861. It's been used for, I believe, every modern swearing in the modern presidency. So it is deeply, deeply symbolic of just a prop, an object for the country to see that. But we will see that inside. And I only bring up faith because as we speak right now, inside St. John's Episcopal Church, the Trumps and the Vances are inside. And this is a tradition, this is a custom that has been really
ترامب موجود داخل الكنيسة ويش يصلي ويش.
since that church went up there right across the street from the White House. So they're keeping with that tradition. And obviously, J.D. Vance himself, a convert to Catholicism. Donald Trump has talked about his faith in interviews in the past and how it guides him. And so I just wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge that and note that because that is a key feature of these presidencies.
And as we're taking a look at St. John's Church as well as course, speaking a lot, and he has been known to speak a lot about his Catholic faith. And we do, see, even though church and state, of course, are separate, we do also see perhaps the connection as well as many presidents make faith a tent pole for them as they navigate, the ups and the downs of the political world right there. Andrew, I also wanted to share this because, my producer just wanted to share this with us, that New York City Mayor Eric Adams is in line for a potential pardon, and he will be attending President-elect Trump's inauguration. We do know that they met last week as well, and Mayor Adams, a Democrat, attending. So we also see the Democrats and the Republicans perhaps looking ahead to the future, looking to forge a new path, and everyone who attends the swearing-in ceremony is there for a reason. And so this is also interesting to note as we continue to learn a little bit more about who's going to be at the inauguration. Of course, the inauguration now inside the Capitol Rotunda, so only just 600 people allowed inside, and it does appear, at least according to Politico, that New York City Mayor Eric Adams will be one of those attendees.
Yeah, that is so interesting. That trip to Florida that Mayor Adams made last week, and Mayor Adams' chief spokesperson came out and he said definitively no pardon was discussed. Adams' indictment was not discussed with the incoming president-elect. They talked about a number of things, including the issue of crime, including the issue of illegal immigration, including the Israel-Hamas war as well. But interesting to note, yes, one of the nation's biggest cities mayors will be in attendance. You're talking about that 600 number, and I've been seeing photos from the 85 inauguration with President Reagan and First Lady Nancy Reagan at the time, and there was a kind of bird's eye panoramic view of the rotunda. And I don't know if we can pull that up, but definitely looked like a lot more than 600 people. So it's going to be jam-packed, to your point, though, Stephanie. And it'll be something we haven't seen in 40 years. And so that is kind of what I'll be looking forward to, how they came about this so quickly, how they pulled this together. A lot of work, a lot of effort going into that. And we'll just have to wait and see.
It is going to be interesting. Our senior producer, Julianne, is going to try and work to pull up the video for the Capitol Rotunda to just show the just how large it is. But no doubt they are going to be at capacity inside, as of course everyone wants to be part of this historic moment right there. Another live look at the U.S. Capitol, and you can see on the left-hand side of your screen the tree without leaves shaking in the wind, and once again just a visible reminder as to why all of this is now evolved, has morphed into an indoor events day. It's because of the bitter cold, and of course most of these swearing-in ceremonies held outdoors for the public. Have had those in hand, ready to wait in line, and that has been drastically changed right here. But my producer just sharing this with us. This, of course, is from the Republican Party. It says the location may have changed, but crews are already hard at work to ensure a successful inauguration and a peaceful transfer of power. So this is a look right there at walking up the steps, walking into the Capitol Rotunda right there. And to your point, Andrew, it gives us a better idea about, the capacity of this. And I don't know if you know this, Andrew, but, no doubt people are going to be able to be seated, but I also have to imagine it might be standing room only, as so many people do want to make sure that they attend today's historic swearing-in ceremony.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see, who is seated or standing where. Obviously, that's much easier to do on the dais outside in the front of the U.S. Capitol, because you can see it very, very clearly. But we're going to see a jam-packed Capitol Rotunda, and it'll be interesting to see
interesting conversation coming up after the break, Andrew. We'll be right back.
إن الكندل مستعجل. صعب ناخذ اي اكشن الحين، لان نشوف وش اللي صار عندنا بتوين هذا الزون جاك نيويورك سيشن، ما عندنا اي بريك اوت. الاوبننج هذا الكندل بس قاعد تسوي لي اللور هاي على هذا الكندل، ف ستيل
Rotunda, just the second time, the last time being back in 1985 for former President Ronald Reagan's second swearing-in ceremony. And a lot of disappointed people, as you can imagine, making the journey to Washington, D.C. to witness this historic moment as President-elect Trump to be sworn in as the 47th president. He was sworn in first 8 years ago as the 45th president, so just the second president to be elected non-consecutively. Grover Cleveland, in fact, being the very first president to have that happen. And to give more on this historical perspective, we do want to bring in Jim Romanov, who is a presidential historian and a friend of Live Now from Fox. And Jim, we appreciate you taking the time to join us on this inauguration day.
Hi, Andrew. Good to see you.
And we are taking a live look, Jim, at St. John's Church, where President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance are inside, along with a number of notables. Andrew and I have been discussing this all morning long in terms of who will be attending, and it is very significant in terms of who is being allowed inside the Capitol Rotunda to witness this historic moment, because these are a select few handpicked by President-elect Trump. What do you make of those who we know will be in attendance, Jim?
Well, I think that, it's a very small space, actually. And I told Andrew last week that if you go back and watch the inaugural of Reagan in 1985, everybody is standing. It looks like that's what's going to be the case here, so they can get more people in there. If they had cheers, it'd be even less. I think they estimated about 1,000 people made it into Reagan's inaugural inside
TikTok CEO Xau Usd is there. Also, Argentinian leader Javier Milei is there, and the former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson among those attendants for the service there. Jim, good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. I know it's early, but I gotta ask, because I don't want to belabor this point here today because it's about Donald Trump's inauguration, but we have to ask you what President Biden just issued about 2 hours ago. Preemptive pardons for a slew of
30 بدل بريك مال 5 minute شوف وين صار ريتست was it perfect. weekly ماله ما تيكت.
Political life. So that rebellion was much about, trying to quell people who had been violent, who had stormed courthouses to stop court proceedings and so forth. And that's why the pardon power was put into our Constitution, was to allow a president to calm take the temperature down, to end something that could be, a very dangerous rebellion against the nation itself, and pardon people like Colonel Shays or Captain Shays. That power also was shown at the end of the Civil War with the general amnesty that was issued to the Confederate soldiers, and there was actually an act of Congress under the 14th Amendment for that. Then you get to the First World War, and Warren Harding very courageously gave a pardon to Eugene Debs, who was a socialist leader who ran for president 4 times. He ran against Harding in the election of 1920, and Harding commuted his sentence. He had been put in jail for speaking out against the war, and many considered him a traitor for doing that, but a lot of people felt that was just a First Amendment right to protest against a war. And when Harding did that, his entire cabinet was not in favor of it. His wife was not in favor of it. But the point was to try to settle things and heal wounds. So we saw it with Nixon. We saw it with Carter with the Vietnam vets. It's a power that is used at moments like this, and it's to be compared to what Donald Trump has said he's going to do with the January 6th people when he gets into office. So it's a very important power, actually, and it's important to try to put some disputes in the past and not keep fighting about things that just will go on and on. Long history, long answer to that, but that's the history of the pardon power, and it's absolute under the Constitution.
And Jim, I just wanted to let our viewers see this live look right here as we do see President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcome in Vice President Harris and second gentleman Doug Emhoff right there, as they are also preparing to participate in this swearing-in ceremony. Of course, having that farewell ceremony as well. We see them, standing at attention. And I also want to bring in this, Jim, because there's the political dynamic that we're going to see at play today right here as well. And even in the same party, you take a look at this and you see President Biden really being forced out by his own party, and then Vice President Harris tapped to take on President-elect Trump. And we see this,
Well,
we're also going to see this at play,
شوف
during the swearing-in ceremony, as we also talk about who will be there and, of course, who will not be there. And we do know that Michelle Obama will not be in attendance. She wasn't at the funeral service for former President Jimmy Carter, also not attending the swearing-in ceremony.
ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle. In the very next statement, he spoke to Carter, calling him Mr. President. I want the nation to know how you helped me in this transition of power. That is something that we should not take for granted. It's good that President Biden and that Vice President Harris are going to be attending. It's very important that they do that. For his own reasons, Donald Trump did not attend 4 years ago, but we need to reestablish that and keep that as the peaceful transfer of power in our government, or we don't have much of a government. So it's good to look back at somebody like Reagan, who was very gracious about it, very gracious with Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter before him had been very gracious with Gerald Ford after Watergate. Pardon Richard Nixon, by the way, one of the reasons he didn't win. So as I see it, it's important that the president and vice president attend. Other people like Michelle Obama can make their own decisions. I would prefer that she would
اقول لك موسم عملة ترامب
distraction, but it's definitely her decision about what to do. As I understand it, President Obama is going to be attending. So this is an important point and an important moment in our constitutional government, and really we see a lot of grace by many people who have gone through this, and we also see others who have decided not to attend. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, I mean, Jim, it's no stranger to anyone that it's hard to lose. It's hard to lose on such a public stage as a U.S. presidential election. I want to talk though with you about
ما جالس يفتح الموقع تعرف طابق.
and we can maybe get into what your favorite inaugural address is as a presidential story, and mine is Lincoln's second inaugural here. But what will Trump say today? Will he, like Reagan, give a nod, give some words in his speech to both Biden and Harris in some show of grace? I'll be looking for that because obviously that portion in his first inaugural back in 2017, the American Carnage section, a lot of people infamously remember that. But he's saying his speech is going to be one of unity today.
And I also wanted to share with our viewers, Andrew, Jim, before you answer that, it does appear that President-elect Trump is departing now. St. John's Church, we saw him alongside Melania Trump exiting the church. It does seem as though the service has wrapped up. They're walking hand in hand right there, and he's smiling to the crowd. Thank you, he says, mouthing those words and walking into the escort right there, the convoy.
طايح هو تعتبر ها؟
And I just wanted to share that with our viewers as we continue to
51 صح هو هذا اللي كان اشوف انا؟
sharing some of his favorite inaugural speeches. Do you have one?
Yes. I mean, if you look at inaugurals, Andrew, as you've said, the message of unity is what's most important. And you see it again and again. A lot of these inaugurals are a genre that, follows kind of a pattern. The president starting off humbly thanking the voters, essentially saying, I'm not sure I'm up to the task, as George Washington famously said in his very first inaugural. And then going through and saying, as Thomas Jefferson did in 1801, this dispute with Adams, he said then, we are all Federalists, we are all Republicans, meaning we're all Americans. And after hard campaigns, a president needs to unify the country because the president's going to be governing the entire country. And so that's a very important message. I've seen that Trump is intending to talk about unity. Actually, if you look back at his speech, the American Carnage,
ترامب
he actually did talk about unity there too. And so it is.
هذا بيدخل التاريخ والله.
But if you ask me,
بيسوي عنه افلام تعرف في المستقبل.
Washington's, Jefferson's, and then I agree with Andrew, both of Lincoln's, but especially Lincoln's second inaugural, which was very important. Again, the country then torn apart by war, 600,000 Americans losing their lives, huge change in the country politically, and Lincoln chose that occasion to say, with malice towards none, with charity for all, let us bind up our wounds. That's the kind of message that you need to have after you've had a rough and tumble time, and especially when you've had such a severe war. The other two that I really like are Franklin Roosevelt's 1933, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, where he tried to calm the nation in the midst of this Great Depression. And it was a really important message that calmed the fears in the country that, you know, banks closing and things like that. It was a really difficult time. His message was one of fortitude and, you know, bucking up the American people. And then my absolute favorite actually is JFK's 1961 inaugural, when he talked about, you know, let the torch be passed to us, and then you know, we need to be a country of service. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. It's a wonderful, beautiful speech, very well put together, beautifully delivered on a day not unlike today. It was about 22 degrees. You can see the breath.
يعني الحين نشوف وش اللي قاعد يصير. هنا في مشكلة عندنا، ما ينفع نشتري شيء، ما ينفع نشتري شيء. شوف عندنا هذا الأربع ساعات تو كندل دوجي، معناته الدوجي معناته 50-50. الماركت ما عارف وين يريد يروح، لازم نشوفه يا يطلع من هنا يا يطلع من هنا. بس على دخلة ترامب لازم بيسوي شيء. عملة الميم والله. اوكي اشتري عيسى يبالك، لأن يعني نكون صريحين، يعني لازم بيضرب بومب، لازم بيضرب بومب. لازم يضرب بومب. شوف 6:30 ايش يصير، ايش راح يجيب معاه. وعليكم السلام. ولازم بيضرب شوية بوم. إذا عندك خلي. ما خسران شيء يعني، فهمت؟
Wade was the guy who was the prosecutor who brought Oswald out, Henry Wade. So kind of a strange quirk. And then Roe v. Wade is issued on January 22, 1973. Later that day, Roe v. Wade is decided in the Supreme Court, and later that day, Lyndon Johnson dies. So there's a lot of real interesting connections to that story. But you know, I think when you look at where the country is in terms of mourning a president or a former president. I don't think that's ever happened before, and I think that to me this issue is one that is not worth much fighting about. It is what it is, and it's symbolic to some people, so be it. But I think it is the law that you have to keep them at half staff.
And now we're taking a live look as President-elect Trump is arriving at Blair
اوكي
House. This is really just
الموكب تحرك الموكب.
if you will, before he arrives at the Capitol Rotunda. And Jim, you were sharing with us in terms of previous inaugural speeches and previous significant events. As a historian, of course, typically you take a look at the past, but you're also viewing what is happening in real time through that historical lens. And I'm curious for you, when you're taking a look at the historic events unfolding before our very eyes, before the nation, before the world, what are you most focusing on today?
اوكي ندور انتري.
Given what President Biden did this morning, this day will be remembered for pardons. Both the pardons that Biden issued and the pardons that President Trump has said he's going to issue. And we're still not sure whether it's going to be a blanket pardon for everyone who was convicted of January 6th crimes, or if it's going to be select. This day is going to be remembered for that. And I think people will put a lot of context around it, because it will be on the Democrat side, they will say, we needed to do this because people were being threatened with political prosecutions. And on the Republican side, they're going to say, well, you politically prosecuted President Trump and these people who were protesting in 2020. Really shows a real divide in our country through this mechanism of the pardon power, and it's definitely going to be the thing that we're going to remember. It's interesting that the people who write these speeches for presidents spend a lot of time looking at the past inaugurals, and it is interesting to go back and look at them. They're real points in time, but if you look at some of the people who wrote their inaugurals before they had speechwriters per se, James Garfield in 1881, who was a college president, just a genius in math, Civil War general, and he won in 1881. He would then be assassinated 6 months later, but he had writer's block. He could not write it out, and he had nightmares about it, and finally he had a dream that kind of provoked him into writing what he was going to write. But it's
بس ترامب الحين يحس كنا رايح ملكه.
historical document that sets the nation in a point in time, but it also looks back
كنا رايح ملكه.
reference George Washington in some way or another. Most of them reference the founding fathers. Most of them, like President Reagan, reference the miracle of the transfer of power, the peaceful transfer of power.
حسني يرسلوا في واتساب مبروك مبروك ولا ايش؟
And then of course they talk about where they are and what they want to do. They don't necessarily talk about down nitty-gritty policy. It's more principles of where they want to take the nation and what they want to do. And that was true of Trump's first inaugural. That was true of Biden's inaugural.
أنا باغي أشوف دخلته ولما يصير في الماركت.
Principles and ways that you want to lead the nation. So it's an important time, an important document, an important marker for our country, and it's worthwhile going back and reading a number of these inaugural addresses to really get a feel for how the country got through very difficult times, how the country got through very good times, and how we progressed and moved forward as a nation.
من هذا اللي واقفة مع كمال ولا من هذا؟
We were just sharing with our viewers, Jim, more individuals leaving, departing St. John's Church. We were seeing Barron Trump, obviously the youngest son of President-elect Trump, along with a number of his other family members. And right here, we do see Vice President Kamala Harris and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff welcoming Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. And so it does appear as though perhaps they're having a conversation. So I did want to raise the audio for our viewers to see what we can hear.
Great.
مضيعين.
The audio just a little bit difficult to hear, but from what we saw with the exchange, you know, Jim, what do you make of this? Obviously, it was an incredibly contentious election cycle, and neither individual really mincing words, or anyone for that matter. When we take a look at this exchange, again, history in the making, you know, what do you glean from that?
It's interesting to me. We've had very few senators become presidents. John Kennedy was one of them. Barack Obama was one, and Warren Harding was one. Very few people come out of
هذا من اللايف هذا فوكس يجيبوا سوالف بحس ما وقته، يعني يجيبوا اشياء ما له داعي، ولا بس إن لازم يسولفوا ما يسكتوا.
But these two people, J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris, both come out of the Senate tradition, which is a very collegial fight but then get along type of atmosphere. And you could kind of see it in the way they greeted each other. There was grace there on both sides. And I think that that's an important message for the American people, that we can disagree vehemently about policies and about all sorts of things that are really important to us. But at the end of the day, you know, just like those senators have to get along in their legislating for the American people, those two showed that they have Senate blood in them, so to speak, that they both are willing to be collegial and to speak to each other as human beings and as fellow politicians. So I was pleased to see that. I was pleased to see the smiles, and I think it's an important message for the American people.
And I also wanted to
Jim,
share, Jim.
Andrew Kraft here. So, talking about their Senate careers, they weren't in the Senate for very long, Harris nor Vance at all. So they didn't necessarily get to, you know, show maybe their legislative bona fides. They were really instantly catapulted to the White House, so to speak, weren't they?
Yes, it's a good point, Andrew. I'm not sure they overlap with each other. I don't think they did. I think she was vice president.
They didn't, no.
Yeah, when he was elected. I'm from Ohio, so I know J.D. Vance. I don't know him personally, but I know about him. And, you know, I know that when he was in the Senate, he didn't have enough time to really establish himself, as you've said. She kind of established herself when she was doing essentially cross-examination of Supreme Court justice candidates and also on a banking committee. So she was known for being kind of, she's a former prosecutor, and she was known for that, you know, in her time in the Senate. She had a little more time there than he did. But if you look at J.D. Vance, it's an interesting thing. Ohio, along with Virginia, claims the most presidents. And the Virginia presidents all came early on: George Washington, Monroe, Madison, Jefferson, and so forth. And then we had the Civil War. And from the Civil War until Warren Harding in 1920, Ohio ruled the presidency. It was Grant, Hayes, Garfield, McKinley, Taft, just a slew of Ohioans. And Ohio became known as the mother of presidents, because many of those people were born in Ohio, but not necessarily, like Grant ran from Illinois. But Ohio was known as a swing state. It was known as a heart of the country type state where, you know, people from both sides would share power back and forth. It's become very red at this point. It's become very ruby red at this point. The Ohio legislature is supermajority Republican. And we now have 2 Republican senators, because Sherrod Brown just lost his re-election campaign. So he came out of that milieu, which is a little bit different from the former Ohio presidents, who came out of a milieu where there was more of a give and take in Ohio, and a division, pretty equal division in the state. It's why it was a bellwether state for, you know, over 100 years. But all of those Ohio presidents were Republicans. They were in the tradition of Lincoln. They were in the tradition of, you know, reconstructing the South and so forth. A lot of interesting stories about them. And so J.D. Vance falls into that. I think we've had one vice president who is from Ohio, but it'll be interesting to see what he gets to do, how he's included in the the decisions that are made in the next 4 years. Jimmy Carter started the tradition with Mondale of bringing him into the Oval Office and giving him an office in the White House and consulting with him regularly. And that's been more or less true, but I think it'll be interesting to see. Donald Trump is such a dominant leader, and J.D. Vance has so little experience, relatively speaking. It'll be interesting to see how much he's included and what task he's given, by the president, or if he'll be less of an authority than in the past. So very interesting questions to come.
And it's interesting that you bring that up, Jim, because, talking about the role of the vice president, during former President Jimmy Carter's funeral, we were hearing the words of the late former Vice President Mondale, and talking about the reason why he accepted was because he wanted the role of the vice president to be one that was respected, one that was more equal than in years past. And it is going to be interesting to see what that dynamic is like and what role J.D. Vance will play as we continue to take a look outside of Blair House. We are expecting President-elect Trump to depart momentarily. And on the lower right-hand side of your screen, that is an aerial view from inside the Capitol Rotunda, just a stunning view as we take a look. And previously, there were some singers. It does look like perhaps the ceremony, that portion of it has concluded, as we do see people exit right there. But just sharing with our viewers the different vantage points as we continue to watch in real time the events unfold. But it is absolutely interesting to see the very beginning, almost, Jim and Andrew, of what is to come in the next 4 years, setting the stage for what is likely to be a very different presidency. And you were mentioning the dynamic and the role, couching that in historical context with previous dynamics and relationships between former presidents and their vice presidents. Andrew, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what unfolds.
Yeah, that's so true. I just have to note, we do see Marine One there in front of the Capitol. That's always a very, very cool shot there. Maybe we could take that full. You see the presidential helicopter there in front of the U.S. Capitol. And so we'll see who gets on that. I believe it will take the Bidens away, and then it will also take the Trumps to the White House. But my producers can correct me if I'm wrong on that front. Can we take the shot of Blair House? While we have Jim, can we just talk about the significance of Blair House? From my understanding, it's kind of like the country's guest room, so to speak. What do we know about it?
Yeah, what we know is that during the Second World War, when Winston Churchill came to the United States and stayed for weeks on end in the White House with Franklin Roosevelt, Eleanor Roosevelt was not very happy about that. And eventually she said to him, why don't we have Blair House, which had been there, become kind of our guest house for dignitaries who come rather than having them stay in the White House. There are these hilarious stories of Winston Churchill walking around the White House in the middle of the night. And there's one very famous story of him standing up naked in a bathtub that he was in, saying the Prime Minister of England has nothing to hide from the President of the United States. It was just, it was a real annoyance to Eleanor Roosevelt. So Blair House became kind of this very famous place for distinguished guests to stay. But during Truman's time, the White House was literally falling apart. And so they went in, you ought to see some of the pictures of this. They gutted the White House during Truman's administration. And he lived across the street in Blair House during that time. So it became kind of the White House itself. Then they recreated the White House to what it is now. But it was literally, they were worried that it was going to collapse because it had been so weakened over time. And during that time when Truman was in the Blair House, there was a Puerto Rican nationalist uprising at the time, and there were several of the Puerto Rican nationalists who got guns, came to Blair House to try to assassinate Truman. They got as far as the guards in front of Blair House. Truman was actually taking a nap inside. Several of the guards were killed. The nationalists were killed. It was a really traumatic incident at that time. But the Blair House goes way back. I mean, the people who stayed there and came over to see Lincoln when he was in the White House is interesting. But it really became what you talked about, Andrew, a kind of let's have our visitors stay in the Blair House as opposed to having them stay in the White House.
And as we talk about the Blair House, we are still waiting for President-elect Donald Trump to depart. But this is a live look there at the Capitol, where we were seeing his daughter, Ivanka Trump, arrive along with a number of other family members right there. This is a live look as they already are starting to trickle in inside the Capitol. You see Eric Trump right there as well, walking inside, of course, awaiting for President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance to arrive. But another historical moment in the making, Jim and Andrew, as this is really just the second time that the swearing-in ceremony is taking place inside at the Capitol Rotunda because of the weather, the incredibly cold weather. But what's also interesting to note is that there have been very cold swearing-in ceremonies that have taken place outdoor. And Jim, historically, when we're taking a look at the decision-making process when it comes to whether or not to hold an inauguration, traditionally outside or now shifting inside, what is the thought process historically when it comes to determining, the events and where they take place?
Good question. Very good question. It gives us a chance to talk about this building too a little bit. When the Capitol was built, the very first building was the Senate building, which is just to the right of the big dome right there. That was the original structure that was built. And then they began to build the middle part that will be the rotunda. The original rotunda had a cap to it that was much, much smaller than the one you see. In fact, the one you see was built during the time of the first time it went outside. It's been done since Ronald Reagan switched it from the east to the west, where you look down the mall and that beautiful setting that you've shown pictures of. It always prior to that was on the east side, and the east side is where you see those famous pictures of Lincoln when he's giving his second inaugural are on the east side. What's interesting is once they built this huge dome on top of the structure, it really made the pillars that were in front of the east look very small and out of place. So there was a project to redo that, and they took those pillars down. They took that facade down. And if you're in Washington and want to have some fun, those pillars are all in the National, I think, Arboretum, standing like, if you went to Rome and saw ruins and so forth, those pillars are out there. And they were replaced by new pillars and a new facade. So the facade you see with Lincoln is not the same facade where he spoke. It became much bigger and elaborate. And each president, made a decision about whether to go forward with, the exterior inauguration. When Grant was inaugurated, I think it was for his second time, it was extremely cold. It was like, 16 degrees. And he went out, nevertheless, gave his inauguration outside, but he held his inaugural ball in a room in the Treasury building where it was so cold people were wearing overcoats and the champagne froze. So kind of a famous time there. But, being the Civil War general that he was not going to take it back inside. He held it outside And then, of course, with Reagan, it was important because by the time you get, to Trump and to Reagan and so forth, you have so many people who show up and who are in danger of having frostbite, or really some bad things can happen in in that sort of weather. So I think it was a wise choice to move it inside, just like as it was with President Reagan. But over time, it has been, JFK, it was about the same temperature that it is right now, 22 degrees. He went ahead with it outside, and I think the better idea is to hold it inside, and then to not have people get injured or hurt during an inauguration.
Yeah, we're just looking at some of the arrivals yet again. Maybe we can listen to some of them here.
Jim, as we take a live look at the arrivals here inside the Capitol Rotunda, I want to ask you this, and maybe you know and maybe you don't, but we are awaiting President-elect Donald Trump to depart the Blair House and make his way here. What's the process during this waiting period? What is he doing? Is he practicing his speech? Is he just relaxing? I mean, what does he do during this downtime? Or is he busy making phone calls, as we do
أسئلة
know that,
غريبة.
he's set to sign, 200 or so executive orders. Can you take us perhaps inside the Blair House as we do await his arrival here?
Well, I doubt he's practiced. I bet he's read over his speech many times, and he's pretty good at reading speeches. And I think he will, he has good delivery. He knows how to give a speech. My guess is he's talking to a lot of different people and getting ready to come over. It's interesting in our history how this, presidents getting to the Capitol to be sworn in. The first inauguration was in New York at a place called Federal Hall, where Washington came all the way from Mount Vernon and rode horseback and through carriages through various cities on the way, and had all this big celebration of him coming to, to that ceremony. He gets to the ceremony. They go to give him the inauguration, and nobody had remembered to bring a Bible. They had to run and get one from a Masonic temple that he used, and that many presidents have used since because of its historic significance. He then walked over to church himself. And then when you had Thomas Jefferson, he left his hotel where he was in Washington and walked to his inaugural, the first one, and then walked back to the hotel following that inaugural. So that was kind of a important point. Later in his second inaugural, he rode a horse to Congress to be sworn in. That then followed with various presidents getting there by various means. I think the first to go in a car might have been McKinley. No, not McKinley, would have been Harding. Subsequently, this tradition developed where once the president was done with the inauguration, then you would have a parade that followed on. And those parades became more and more elaborate. Eisenhower's lasted for 4.5 hours. It was the longest. Wilson's had 40,000 people marching in it. It was the most people marching in a parade. So that became kind of the tradition of the president going back. And as you know, Carter, when he left his inauguration, was being driven back to the White House when he stopped the car, got out, and started to walk. And that became extremely famous. And I think everybody has followed that, where they walk a portion of the time on the way back to the White House. Trump did it and Biden did it. It has become kind of a tradition. It'll be interesting to see it in the cold weather, whether they'll follow that pattern or not. I wouldn't, frankly, for security and other reasons. But, this getting to there and then leaving ended up resulting in the parade that we have, because the early presidents were followed by their enthusiastic supporters back to the White House. Andrew Jackson had such enthusiastic supporters that they came back to the White House and ransacked it. I mean, they went in, punch bowls were thrown everywhere, curtains were torn down, people had to escape through windows. It was just a scene. A joyous scene, but eventually the way they got everyone out of the White House was to take these big punch bowls outside and get the people to leave the White House.
And Jim,
So
I
there's-
just wanted to pause as President-elect Donald Trump has now arrived at the White House. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcoming Trump and Melania Trump right there. I am going to raise the audio. Again, we might not be able to hear much, but let's listen in.
تخيل كيفهم يتضاربوا توم.
And I have to say, this is really interesting as we're watching President Biden and President-elect Trump standing there, apparently seeming to have a conversation of some sorts. And it's just so interesting to see the interactions, as always, as it was a very contentious battle almost between the two before President Biden announcing that he would step down and step away from running once again for president. But, Jim, when you take a look
ضاربوا انا
at
وش اخوي وش وازني.
and Vice President Harris, but what do you make of that as they paused right where that photo opportunity was, but to apparently have some sort of conversation?
The same thing I said about the J.D. Vance moment. This is good for the country to see. The unity is good. The friendship shown.
الاعلام اللي قاعد يتكلم شيء ثاني وهم موجودين بمكان ثاني.
Uncomfortable, but that's a difficult role to be in. And when the two of them went in, it looked like they continued to talk. This is reminiscent of Obama and Trump speaking at Carter's funeral too. This is a time for people to begin treating each other as not just political enemies, but as, fellow Americans. If you look over time, that interaction can sometimes be very frosty. If you look at when FDR came in 1933 and Hoover lost, they rode together in an open car with the same blanket over them to the Capitol for the inauguration. And FDR chatted away and Hoover said nothing.
وكيف يعني وش بتسوي في الماركت؟
Carter and Reagan were similar. I don't think Carter was particularly chatty. I think Reagan, being who Reagan was particularly chatty. When Warren Harding won after the First World War, Woodrow Wilson had a stroke. 19 months earlier, he had tried to pass what was called the Versailles Treaty, the League of Nations. It failed. And he, trying to get it passed, Wilson went out into the country to stump for it, had this severe stroke in Denver, was taken back to the White House, had another very severe stroke. And so he was very disabled at that point. And by the time, it came time for Harding to come to the White House and to go with him, they did go over together. But once they got to the Capitol, Harding kind of excused Wilson and said, I will not blame you if you don't want to come out for the ceremony itself, because he really was disabled at that point. And so Wilson was taken to his house on S Street, which is still in existence, a great museum if you're in Washington to go see. But this transition of power, this thing that Reagan talked about in 1981 as being a miracle, it really is a miracle. And it really is interesting. If you look back at Thomas Jefferson, as I told you, there was a really severe fight between Adams and Jefferson. They would later in life become friends, this and would write letters to each other. They both die on the same day in 1826 on July the 4th, interestingly enough. But during that time, as I said, Adams left and Jefferson went ahead and gave his magnanimous speech. So if you look at, what has happened in these transitions of power, many people called that 1801 election a revolution, because it really was the first time we saw political power handed from one party to another. It was the very beginning of parties. And so people saw that as kind of an important revolution and an important development in the American experiment in democracy. And so it has been carried out ever since. And so this scene is a good scene for Americans. And let's hope that the inaugural also continues that feeling of let's unify as a country and move forward as a country. There are a lot of things that need to be addressed in this world and in this country. And, people need to work together to have that all happen.
Jim, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 10 a.m. Eastern.
فوكس نيوز راحوا فيها لا
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from
ترامب
Fox,
ما
we are
يطيقهم حتى
continuing
شوية.
our coverage of Inauguration Day 2025. This is a live look right there outside the U.S. Capitol. As we have been sharing with you, arrivals continue inside the Capitol Rotunda. In fact, this is a live look right here of the Capitol Rotunda, as we have seen family members of President-elect Trump, as well as others, arriving here, getting ready to be seated. Meanwhile, we also want to share with our viewers as well that we were sharing with you the arrival of President-elect Donald Trump and Melania Trump here at the White House. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcoming them in for a tea ceremony prior to the swearing-in ceremony. They are inside the White House, media not allowed inside. And of course, one has to wonder what that conversation is going to be like. This is another vantage point there outside the White House. A very snowy ground, a very cold day, which is why in just the second time, the first time since 1985, the swearing-in ceremony will be held inside the Capitol Rotunda. And in fact, this is an aerial view right here. It keeps going in and out, so I didn't want to necessarily bring it to you full, but just a very brief look right here at the aerial view from inside the Capitol Rotunda right there. Just a bird's eye view, and you can see that folks are making their way inside. And this is a live look right here inside Capital One Arena, as of course it is a very chilly day. So unfortunately, the hundreds of thousands of individuals who made the journey to the U.S. Capitol to watch as history unfolds, as Donald J. Trump is sworn in as the 47th president. Unfortunately, the outside ceremony not happening, but you can already see that thousands of people are packing inside Capitol Run Arena to watch this via the screens. We also know that Trump will then, after being sworn in as president, make his way inside the arena to deliver additional remarks to those as well. And once again, I do want to bring in my colleague Andrew Kraft as we continue our live coverage here. And you can see that lawmakers, Andrew, are arriving there inside Capitol Hill as, arrivals do continue. As we continue to discuss all of this, what are your thoughts as we continue to watch this unfold? Truly historic in nature right there.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You're seeing the former speakers of the House there, McCarthy, Boehner, and Gingrich. So that's always interesting to see them kind of commingling together. Of course, Republican political powerhouses, all three of them really in their own right there. But I just want to go back. Our viewers were just watching that really incredible, somewhat tense scene, I think, between the Bidens and the Trumps. And you just kind of have to get into the head of Trump, into the head of Biden. These are longtime political foes. We know that they cannot stand each other. On the surface, yes, they exchanged pleasantries. They had a short conversation. They took the photo here. But the 2020 election and the 2024 election were very hard-fought contests. We know Trump did not even attend the inauguration of Joe Biden. Of course, things look a lot different this time around. And right now, as we speak, they are having tea together in the White House. And that goes to what Jim Robineau was saying, that this is what this day is about, the peaceful transition of power. You set all that aside, no matter how hard it is in your marrow and in your bones, that you might be thinking to yourself, if you're Biden or Trump or even Harris with Vance, because electoral defeats are very painful, but you put all that aside for today, one day only. And I think that's what Jim was alluding to. That's what this country is all about. That's what makes us unique. He called it, and many have called it, a miracle, so to speak. So I just wanted to note that there. Of course, we know President-elect Trump's relationship with former House Speaker McCarthy. You'll remember, Stephanie, in the wake of the January 6th Capitol attack, mere days, if not weeks afterward, Kevin McCarthy went down to Mar-a-Lago. And that was really seen as a game-changing moment. That was seen as a moment that was rehabilitating Trump's image in the wake of the January 6th Capitol attack, that there were going to be fellow Republicans who will still stand by him and forgive him for January 6th. So I thought that was interesting. McCarthy, of course, we know how that unfolded for him. He lost the gavel. His own fellow Republicans, 8 of them, ousting him from the speakership now a little bit over a year ago. And so he's on hand. There's going to be a lot of people on hand in the Capitol Rotunda. But that's what I'm thinking of right now. And just for our viewers, to give them up to speed on what's happening live right now, they are, the Bidens and the Trumps, having tea together at the White House before they ride together to the Capitol, to the Rotunda for the swearing in.
You know, and we're taking a live look, Andrew, of the White House right there as the tea ceremony is underway. And you know, it's always so interesting as we see
لك أحمد
political rivalry, you know, front and center.
فجأة أحس إن جالس انتظر ما أعرف انتظر بيش.
You know, and seeing beyond perhaps the political party and seeing the person instead, you know, as we take a look at the political landscape, you know, what do you make of that? Because we were seeing President-elect Trump and former President Barack Obama speaking with one another quite cordially at the funeral service of former President Jimmy Carter. Of course, you know, not everyone is able to, you know, put those politics aside after leaving office.
فريدة توي يتحرك أخوي أساس أنا عارف.
You know, but one has to wonder what the
تريد واحد سكر بي سي من وش يصير داخل بعدين بنشوف ريلز ما يقصر مقاطع من ريلز.
Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States and for the second time.
Right. I mean, history is contingent. Elections matter. I'm sure you have. I know I have lost contests in my personal life, minor, large, grand, small, and it's tough and it hurts. But that's what this day is about. You put those aside. You let bygones be bygones for at least a couple hours.
Absolutely, and that apparently is what they are going to do. And you know, just to give our viewers just another look right here, I want to share this live look right here as well, as we are taking a look outside the Capitol Hill right there, outside the Capitol building. You can see buses lining up, most likely to bring in individuals into the Capitol Rotunda. And there is the aerial view. Unfortunately, it does go in and out, as you know, we do get these live streams from time to time, but I did want to share that with you as we continue this live look right here. You know, Andrew, as we continue to take a look at this, you know, it is so interesting to see who is in attendance, who is being joined, and you can see people from really both parties attending, as well as staunch supporters. In fact, you can see some of these, Marco Rubio right there, Senator Marco Rubio, likely no longer to be that, obviously, as we have heard that Governor DeSantis has named his successor. But really the who's who right there in terms of cabinet selections.
Yeah, you're seeing all of the Trump cabinet selections get off that charter bus right there, and we can name them. We know, Stephanie, the confirmation hearings are literally happening as we speak. We saw a lot of that last week. It's going to pick up this week as well. These are the people Trump has chosen to help him lead and plan the agenda for the next 4 years. And so you see them all there get off that charter bus. Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, and others there.
Absolutely. And I did also want to share this with our viewers, and actually we see some of the outgoing members as well, perhaps, as everyone is seated right here. So, we are awaiting the arrival of both President-elect Donald Trump and President Biden. They, of course, are having their pre-inauguration ceremony as we continue to see, individuals trickle, but also, as we take a live look right here, this is historic in nature because this is atypical, Andrew. This is not something that we traditionally see every 4 years with the swearing-in ceremony. I did want to share this with our viewers as well. As you can see, a live look there, a larger, more extensive view of the Capitol building right there where everyone is congregating. And of course, as we have been sharing and talking about, there of course is a reason why when it comes to the fact that the mall is completely empty. No one is in attendance. No one is allowed to congregate there because of the frigid weather. And so I did want to share that with our viewers as well. And a beautiful live look right here. From the from the rooftop, I should say, of the Washington Monument, and this really giving us a clearer picture. We see the American flag there, waving in the wind, and the wind chill making it even feel like single digits right here as we continue to await the arrival of President-elect Trump and, of course, President Biden.
Yeah, that was a really cool shot there atop the White House. To your point, the flag's still at half staff. If we have the inside of the rotunda, we can point out some of the people that are there. I think that would be helpful for some people watching because, to your point, Stephanie, it is going to be a who's who of the federal government. It's going to be a who's who of Washington. But world leaders are also in attendance. I believe I saw the Argentinian president, Javier Milei, and other former world leaders as well. So we'll do our best pointing out these individuals, pointing out these members of Congress, former members of Congress, incoming and outgoing members of both administrations here. That's always, to your point, interesting to see who's there and who's not, who's seated next to who and who's standing maybe. But we're finally getting a live picture inside of the rotunda. We were wondering how this was all going to look because they had to pull it together so quickly. And there you see more of these individuals walking into Congress there. And if I recognize anyone, I will definitely point them out here. Looks like Tulsi Gabbard there, Vivek Ramaswamy, other members of the incoming Trump cabinet, and some of the staffers who will work in the second Trump White House. Upon confirmation, of course, there's Elon Musk.
And Andrew,
we can see if we can hear some of the natural sound. That's always interesting too.
It is, and we can see the inside of the rotunda as this, they continue to, weave through shots right here. But, as we take a moment to pause, I do want to bring in Rebecca Castor with Fox News as well as we continue our live coverage right here. And Rebecca, we're taking a live look from inside the Capitol Rotunda as we see lawmakers, officials, and really the who's who of Washington and the business industry, arrive ahead of this swearing-in ceremony. We see the Capitol building right there behind you as we are awaiting the arrival of President-elect Donald Trump. Security, of course, top of mind. Thousands of law enforcement officers spreading out across Washington, D.C. to make sure that what happens is as seamless as possible, a hustle and bustle, if you will, ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. So, can you set the scene for us right now?
Hey, Stephanie, good morning. So speaking with other reporters on our Fox team who have covered inaugurations here in D.C. in the past, they're saying that this security feels a lot more ramped up than previous inaugurations. So even though things have moved indoors, security is still red hot. They have the Capitol building pretty much locked down like a fortress. There are miles and miles of fencing all around the Capitol building, as well as some of the nearby streets. It's really hard to travel by car here in downtown D.C. right now. People are saying that they've been having to walk for several miles to get to some of these locations. But yesterday, thousands of police officers from across the country arrived here in D.C. They were sworn in by the local police chief, and they have been given police powers to help out the D.C. Metro Police as well as the Capitol Police as well. They're expecting at least 19 different protests to possibly happen around the district today, so we're going to be monitoring that. We know that they're going to have drones out, also monitoring events from the sky. So if anybody is here watching locally and they see drones in the air, that is likely what they are doing, monitoring some of these events. A lot of
من هذا الضيوف اللي جابوهم بكرسيتهم؟ ترامب ذا فجأة يدلع حد. يمكن مجلسينهم بكرسيهم والمشي الحال. هذا البداية يا أخوي. ما أنت؟ من هذا جاك بيزوس بعد؟ نجيب إذا أشوفه يمكن. بنحصل حد من الرابرية؟ هذا مال البريطاني كان قبل لا؟ سنقاس يتناقع الحين ترامب وبايدن يتناقعوا بكوس. يا اخي تمزح بالكراسي لازم كلهم يتعبوا فل. مضروب سيفتي، لا استغفر الله، بس الله بس يقدر يسوي شيء. قدرات البشري ما يقدر يتدخل الحين يسوي شيء، تعرف احمد. نفس هذه الشيب هذه. عنده فلوس يجيب يا قبره. كلهم بليونيرية يا أخي. عيسى أقول لك. بس لا، فكرة زمانها كان صعيب. ما أعرف والله. شد حليب ضربته مع أوريو شوية. ما مليت برو، ما عرفت مو اسمي. ملل دقني.
And there we have Rudy Giuliani, the former attorney for President-elect Donald Trump, of course, the former mayor there of New York City, as Rudy Giuliani now making his way inside ahead of the swearing-in ceremony for President-elect Donald Trump. We continue to see this, but I do want to pivot now because we do see here the departure there at the White House.
هذا حسه برافو.
Second gentleman Doug Emhoff and soon to be first lady vice president there, and we are waiting in. I'm going to raise the audio as we are expecting President Biden and President-elect Donald J. Trump to be departing as well momentarily.
وين شفت باب كيف يسكروه؟ لا لا اقصد هذاك الباب، هذا الباب. لا لا قبل سي. ويش؟ وين؟
Yeah, and Stephanie, we're just watching. You just got the second gentleman there, Doug Emhoff, with the incoming second lady, Usha Vance, there
مستحيل.
leave the White House. We know tea is happening between the Bidens and Trumps as we speak, but we were seeing a slew of dignitaries
دامنا قولوا ذول الاثنين داخل شكله بناقين.
Capitol Rotunda, including many members of the House and the Senate. You also, I'm not sure if some of our viewers caught, you saw Chief Justice of the Supreme Court John Roberts there walking into the rotunda, and from what I understand, I believe he will be administering the oath of office. Trump has 2 Bibles that will be used to administer the oath, his mother's Bible, and then, of course, the very, very famous Lincoln Bible from 1861. That's been a hallmark. It's been a tradition for many, many inaugurations past. So it's a really, really beautiful live look. Let's keep listening.
Ready, post.
And Stephanie, in these moments, in these parts, I have to be honest with the viewer, it is my favorite just to see who's talking to who and who's not talking to who and who's greeting each other and who's turned their body language away from each other. It is fascinating. And almost the former speakers there right in the front kind of unofficially acting as a greeting line for so many members there of the House. Many Republican members right there. You see Chip Roy. You see Brian Stile from Wisconsin and others there. You see Jeff Van Drew from New Jersey. Of course, Chip Roy drawing the ire of President-elect Trump during the entire government funding shutdown showdown that was averted mere weeks ago after the Christmas holiday. But it's just very, very interesting. So we are seeing this, Stephanie, of how all these people are going to fit in the Capitol Rotunda, and it is getting full, and it is getting packed, as we can see. So we're going to do our best to point out some of these notable individuals, some of these dignitaries there, gathered, invited. Now, what was so interesting, a lot of these lawmakers, they get their own kind of set of tickets where they can hand out and dole out at will to, supporters and family and friends. Well, that was kind of moot.
اي وانا قاعد اطلع هذا طلع فيه عندي كوبي رايت.
From outside because it was so cold. So to your point, we have heard from a lot of people, people who come from all over the country to be here for Inauguration Day. Pretty disappointing. And to your point, the National Mall right now, not a soul in sight. And that is never the case on these inauguration days. It is teeming with thousands of people. And you see there some of the members of Congress, Mike McCall there from Texas, Marcy Kaptur from Ohio, Greg Meeks from New York, Byron Donalds from Florida there, Mike Waltz, the incoming National Security Advisor. Of course, remember, he had to resign his House seat in order to take this role. This is not a Senate-confirmed role, National Security Advisor. And you see so many others from the Texas Republican congressional delegation there.
And also, Andrew, what's interesting is, of course, obviously all of this has had to pivot from an outdoors event to an indoors one, and the reason being that it was too bitterly cold outside. And now one has to wonder, with hundreds and hundreds of people packing inside the Capitol Rotunda, how warm it's going to get inside there. They might have a very different issue. When you have so many people packed shoulder to shoulder, it does get very warm. And, you know, it is going to be interesting to see, as you mentioned, the interaction between the people as we continue to see that interaction. I did want to just allow our viewers to just absorb and you know, be part of this as we continue to raise the audio and just listen in and, you know, just take stock of this historic event. Although we do want to now pivot as we continue to see, here's a live look right here of the First Lady Jill Biden and the soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump now leaving the White House, entering into the motorcade as they make their way to the Capitol Rotunda right there. A live look, as you can see, another event happening as the First Lady Jill Biden and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump departing together in this vehicle right here on their way to the Capitol Rotunda. We have yet to see President-elect Trump and President Biden. They will be likely the very last individuals to depart the White House on their way. As we were mentioning, Andrew, President Biden, President-elect Trump taking part in the traditional tea ceremony where they sit down for tea and, you know, have a conversation of sorts ahead of the inauguration and the official oath of office.
Yeah, I think the role of the First Lady, especially with Melania Trump, will be very interesting the second time around. Of course, you have to imagine what Jill Biden and Melania Trump discuss. Melania Trump is not a new First Lady. She is incoming and a former First Lady herself.
هذول معقدين يا اخي السالفه هذول مال الكوبي رايت.
Melania Trump's people did decline another invitation for tea with First Lady Biden a couple of weeks back. So I thought that was interesting. Maybe no love lost between the two there. But we know Melania Trump really took a back seat, was almost completely absent from the 2024 campaign. Yes, she did appear at that Madison Square Garden rally in New York City. She did appear at the RNC there in Milwaukee. She did not speak at the RNC. And so it'll be interesting to see. She did take somewhat of a back seat in the Trump first term as well. In the role of First Lady, the role of First Lady that Jill Biden took was very front and center, was very prominent. Some would even argue that she was, because of President Biden's age or alleged infirmities or alleged senility, that she was somewhat also in charge of the inner circle, so to speak. So I thought those roles were very different.
And we
now
see the
have
doors,
two
Andrew,
principals, I believe, coming out. Maybe not?
I just wanted to let our viewers know we see the doors opening once again. That, of course, is Vice President-elect J.D. Vance alongside Vice President Harris. They, too, will be sharing a motorcade. And to your point, Andrew, you were mentioning it's going to be interesting to see what First Lady Jill Biden and Melania Trump will be speaking about. Now you have Vice President Harris and J.D. Vance sharing a vehicle. You know, is there going to be any sort of conversation, you know, as they make their way to the Capitol Rotunda? We continue to talk about the political dynamics. And, you know, it's always interesting. We see them from a distance, but truly they only know what's happening inside that vehicle, of course, alongside, you know, Secret Service. But they, too, are departing the White House. And finally, as we pivot the view right there back to the front doors, you know, we are expecting to see President-elect Trump and President Biden to depart shortly. As we continue to take a look, you can see House Speaker Mike Johnson there arriving at the Capitol Rotunda, as we do see the limousine that is set to depart the White House right here. And I did just want to pause on this live look as we are expecting President-elect Trump and President Biden to be departing the White House in just a matter of moments, also sharing a singular vehicle as they make their way to the Capitol Rotunda for this historic moment as President-elect Donald Trump is going to be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
And just to note, Stephanie, the woman in the green jacket, that was Senator Deb Fischer from Nebraska. There's this entire congressional committee known as the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. They are tasked with putting all this on. And so that's why you saw Senator Deb Fischer there, the Republican from Nebraska. And so they are responsible for planning this, for making sure it all goes off without a hitch. And so they are instrumental in this. You're going to see them quite a lot today. And you just saw Deb Fischer there with, I believe, Usha Vance and Doug Emhoff. So wanted just to note that there as well. You also see some of these congressional leaders get there into the rotunda. You just saw Hakeem Jeffries and others, Speaker Mike Johnson. So congressional leadership looks like they are in the building now. We are awaiting, to your point, President-elect Trump and President Biden. And to your point, I do hope that maybe some of the official photographers will release photos from inside the limousines of how these moments transpired, what the conversations were like. Maybe we can get some reporting as well. We do know, though, the Bidens have been somewhat gracious with the Trumps after the November 5th election. President Biden inviting Trump to the White House that very same week and committed to a peaceful transition of power. And that is what we are seeing today. And that is why this is so important. So Biden and Trump will be riding over in the Beast to the Capitol from the White House momentarily. This is really quite something. You know, obviously they haven't spent that much time together. They were on a debate stage twice in 2020. They were on a debate stage once in 2024. They've appeared at similar events at the same time, but I would venture to say that this is going to be the closest in proximity they have been for the longest duration, maybe ever. And so you just have to wonder what those conversations are going to be like. These political rivals, political foes, from all reporting suggests they literally cannot stand each other. And I think a lot of the viewers forget that after Biden sought not to seek re-election after the debate in June in Atlanta, where he withdrew from the ticket, the Trump campaign had a difficult time adapting and adjusting to the fact that he was not going to be the rival. It was going to be someone else, and here they are.
And as the limousine departs right there, we actually saw President-elect Trump on his cell phone, Andrew, just checking some stuff. But we were hearing one of the reporters yelling out to both Biden and Trump, "What are you going to talk about?" And obviously they did not answer. But of course, that's the question that everyone wants to know. What will these gentlemen be speaking about? They, of course, were joined by Representative Amy Klobuchar, who, is part of the committee that oversees the inauguration and all of the events. But still, curious minds want to know, Andrew, what is the conversation going to be like inside this limo? I don't know specifically, and perhaps you do, just how many minutes it's going to take for the limousine to actually arrive at the Capitol, but it could either be a very long ride or it could be a very short and comfortable ride. We don't know.
Yes, it is a very short ride, under 10 minutes. And yeah, you saw there Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota, the Democrat, another member of this Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies.
And so she's also in the limousine. Maybe she'll be breaking the ice, so to speak, between Trump and Biden. But this leads me to wonder as well, Stephanie, you know, what is the Biden post-presidency going to look like? We know they're going to be, they being Joe and Joe Biden, they'll be spending a couple of days in Santa Barbara, California. After today, they'll be whisked off there to the West Coast. We know Trump is going to the West Coast later this week on Friday to survey some of the damage wrought by the LA wildfires. So they may be in California at the same time as well. But a post-presidency looks different, so to speak, if you're Obama and you're leaving the White House in your 50s. Biden leaving the White House in his early 80s. I wonder how he will choose to use that. He said in a speech in South Carolina just yesterday, he is going to remain engaged. He is going to remain committed. He's not going anywhere. So I think it remains to be seen what his role in American political life will be going forward. You know, sometimes presidents, all presidents, when they leave the White House, they go back to being everyday regular citizens. But some take up a role and they want to be, and they want to use their influence that they had in the Oval Office, even while not in the Oval Office. Jimmy Carter was a perfect example of that. And so you're watching the beast right now move down Pennsylvania Avenue, down to the U.S. Capitol. This is quite something. This is remarkable. Let's just watch and listen.
All right, it does appear perhaps as though this live look right there, foes. Andrew, obviously this, this is coming from one of the vehicles as part of this motorcade. It does look like they are trying to get it back, but and it does look like they have. We're just going to hang on this. It looks like they have fixed this issue. Let's listen in.
Yes, Stephanie, of course, we're moving down Pennsylvania Avenue right now, and you can just hear the cheers from so many of these supporters who have lined the streets there, and you can see them on the sides waving. It is very, very cold. We're now passing the National Gallery of Art, if you're familiar with Washington. We do apologize about the feed. It looks a little bit in and out there, but we're going to stay with it. But the motorcade moving now, both President Biden and President-elect Donald Trump inside alongside Senator Amy Klobuchar in there. So I said this is about under 10 minutes, and we're going to be moving up to the U.S. Capitol in just no time here. But you can see the security. You can see there some of the troops standing guard, saluting the motorcade as it moves past. And now I believe we're going to be right outside the U.S. Capitol momentarily. And so this is really, really remarkable. We're not going to, and it has been reported, we're not going to see your typical inauguration parade, down Pennsylvania Avenue because it is so cold. President-elect Trump will be visiting his throngs of thousands of supporters at Capital One Arena, much like the rally he had yesterday. And that is where people are watching it live inside that arena, thousands of them. And that is probably why you're not seeing as many people line the streets. There's hardly anyone on the National Mall because, one, it's inside the rotunda, the swearing in, the oath. And two, it's just too cold there. And we've heard from some of Trump's folks, including incoming White House Press Secretary
زين ما اقدر ابث ذاك الشاشة لان عليه كوبي رايت. نشوف وش بيصير. اعتقد تو بعد شوية. نعم انه جاي البطل. مو اقول لك عيسى. وياك تامر. ما قطعنا اللايف، كل يوم اللايف موجود، كل يوم من الاثنين لحد يوم الجمعة. بسكر اللايف لان واجد جالسين ننتظر الرياكشن الحين قيل يمكن لحد ما يغلق هذا الكندل يمكن، فلاقه بكرة ان شاء الله.